Getting access to great ideas hasn't always been easy. Back in the day, you'd only be in the loop if you were literate, educated, rich, and a man. Good thing times have changed. The internet has made sharing ideas a breeze, and no one's doing that better than TED. No, not you, TED. I'm talking about the non-profit organization that's big on spreading awesome ideas. Twice a year, TED holds this conference where thought leaders from around the world give some mind-blowing talks. Then TED sticks them online so you can watch them for free. Volunteers translate the videos, which means anyone can be inspired by the likes of Bill Gates, Malcolm Gladwell, or Jane Goodall. So what is TEDx? TEDx is a way for you to run a mini TED-style event in your own town. Hold talks around issues that matter to your community, free from corporate, political, and religious agendas. So take part. Don't stop watching videos at TED.com. Keep an eye out for your nearest TEDx event, and if you're up for it, apply to start your own. TED. Ideas worth spreading.
Good morning, everyone. I hope y'all are as excited as we are, because today is no ordinary day. Welcome to TEDx GITAM Hyderabad, a day full of ideas worth spreading. But before we dive in, a quick reminder. Please keep your phones on silent, but your minds wide open. Feel free to share your favorite moments using our event hashtag TEDx GITAM Hyderabad, because after all, good ideas are meant to be shared. Now, without further ado, let's kick things off with a short video to give you a glimpse of what TEDx is all about.
Getting access to great ideas hasn't always been easy. Back in the day, you'd only be in the loop if you were literate, educated, rich, and a man. Good thing times have changed. The internet has made sharing ideas a breeze, and no one's doing that better than TED. No, not you, TED. I'm talking about the non-profit organization that's big on spreading awesome ideas. Twice a year, TED holds this conference where thought leaders from around the world give some mind-blowing talks. Then TED sticks them online so you can watch them for free. Volunteers translate the videos, which means anyone can be inspired by the likes of Bill Gates, Malcolm Gladwell, or Jane Goodall. So what is TEDx? TEDx is a way for you to run a mini TED-style event in your own town. Hold talks around issues that matter to your community, free from corporate, political, and religious agendas. So take part. Don't stop watching videos at TED.com. Keep an eye out for your nearest TEDx event, and if you're up for it, apply to start your own. TED. Ideas worth spreading.
I hope this video gives you something new to take home, think on, and act on. Today, we bring to you an incredible lineup of speakers who will challenge the way you think, inspire new ideas, and leave you buzzing with curiosity. Our first speaker is one who knows the ins and outs of politics like the back of his hand. Shri Pallam Raju is a distinguished Indian politician and a former Union Cabinet Minister for Human Resource Development. A member of the Indian National Congress, he has served multiple terms as a member of Parliament, contributing significantly to education policy and youth empowerment. With a background in engineering and business, he brings a strategic vision to governance and reform. Now, with a wealth of experience and unique insights, please join me in welcoming Pallam Raju.
Pallam Raju, a distinguished politician and former Union Minister for Human Resource Development, He has played a vital role in shaping India's education with a deep commitment to policymaking and governance. Pallam Raju has worked towards strengthening education, innovation, and youth empowerment. An inspiring leader who has the best interests of the nation in mind. At TEDx GITAM Hyderabad, he joins us to share his insights on education, governance, and the evolving role of leadership in shaping the future.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everybody. Do I hold both or? Thank you. Unfortunately, this is the first time that I'm using a teleprompter, so you have to pardon me of the glitches. And at the outset, I'd like to thank Geetam and all the organizers for inviting me to be a speaker today and to participate in this Geetam TEDx event. I would like to compliment the young team who are gracious to coordinate with me and bear with me and do this wonderful coordination. And it's lovely to be able to talk to all of you, the young students, the faculty, the entrepreneurs here, and members of the media, and my co-panelists who are going to be in this event today. And I've been given a very interesting topic of education and politics shaping India's future. I would like to start off on an optimistic note, saying that I see a very bright future for our nation, given our demographic profile and the aspirational core of the younger generation. And I'm sure that it will have a very positive impact globally also. I would like to say that both politics and education are great enablers. And I think the need of the hour is to strengthen both and also to bring focus to both. Vasudeva Kutumbakam has been the ethos of our tradition and our education. And politics needs to reaffirm this universal commitment for both our individual and collective growth. As we are all aware, India is a very diverse entity living in many layers, whether social, regional, cultural, or economic. Despite diversely varying academic and literacy levels across the nation, our people remain a highly adaptive population, resourceful enough to adapt to emerging technologies for their enablement and progress. This is obvious with the current density of smartphones and the level of interpretation, penetration of internet all across the country. The challenge before policymakers and the nation is to create a level playing field that would penetrate through these layers of a highly diverse population to enable them towards opportunities and to be productive assets to society and the nation. As nearly all things the world over, political will and the follow-up actions are the key drivers towards reform and progress. As an aspirational nation with great potential, but yet to be realized demographic dividend, educational reform is key to empowerment and access to opportunity. Educational reform is therefore an ongoing enablement process by the government to cater to a constantly changing environment and the challenges that the environment throws up. Today, the world faces the challenges of an increasing population and its associated stress on global resources, and hence shrinking opportunities and leading to falling standards of living. The world is also subjected to the challenges posed by climate change, strife, the irreversible damages of war, and an emerging environment of bitter trade wars, as we are seeing now, necessitated by protection to domestic industry or agriculture, and brought on by diminishing employment opportunities in their respective nations. While the advent of technological change is a constant, emerging technologies hold the potential for new opportunities and enablement, and are also disruptors to some existing jobs and economies. As in most of the developed and developing world, India too faces a severe disparity in income and affluence levels, with several millions still living below this poverty line. This is definitely a big challenge to our nation. Given the above snapshot of the current global situation and ongoing challenges, political will and education are the keys that unlock the potential for fostering individual and collective growth and for cultivating a collaborative and mutually beneficial environment worldwide. At the outset, I would like to pose this question about education and its purpose to all those who are present here. Apart from the larger objective of learning and growth that creates a path to jobs and a career, what should the broader and egalitarian purpose of education be? While each of us might have our own definition, and at the risk of sounding utopian, I would like to say that education has to serve the purpose of not only individual growth, but also help channelize our knowledge and energies for the collective development of communities, nations, and of course the world. But I would like to each of you to ponder on that question about what purpose education should serve. Please remember that while necessity has been the mother of invention, the most enabling innovations and technologies have impacted humanity in numerous positive ways. Most Nobel laureates of the world have been credited with work that served humanity in positive ways. To give just a couple of examples, discovery of medicines that have been lifesavers, and also discovery of mobile technologies that have shrunk the world. For India's future, building a strong academic and knowledge foundation and inventing creative solutions for a global worker market could pave the way towards growing a value-added products and services economy. As you all know, our services economy is strong, and that has created so much of employment, that has been the major constituent of our GDP, and I think it is to grow in that direction in a better way. Although my stint as the Cabinet Minister for HRD which has subsequently been renamed the Ministry of Education, has been brief, I shall try and touch on as many relevant topics as I can to put together a perspective of how political, government will, and governance and decision making intersect to impact the quality of education and what had been done for some of the areas that matter, whether it was school education, skilling, higher education, the accreditation framework, and leveraging of technologies for enablement, enhancing the qualitative factor in imparting learning, and also teaching methodologies. While reiterating the fact that India's diversity is immense, cutting across social, cultural, and economic levels, the aspirations and the hunger for learning and growth and the quest for a decent livelihood remains homogeneous, whether they are students from a rural hinterland or from our towns and cities from all across India. In my earlier responsibility as the Minister of State for Defense and Government of India for about 7 years, I had the pleasure of interacting with our youth from all the regions across our nation, whether it was during the NCC camps or at sainik schools across the country. What struck me during these interactions was and also warmed my heart, was to see their sense of confidence and also their positive attitudes of all these youngsters, irrespective of their economic, social, or cultural backgrounds. So as a nation, we owe it to them to create an enabling environment of learning, personality development, skilling, and growth in a uniform manner and across the country. This is also an imperative for the nation if we are to reap the so-called demographic dividend as a growth engine that will bring prosperity to the nation. Ever since the beginning of India's economic liberalization in 1991, I'm sure most of you weren't born then, the nation's untapped economic potential has been unleashed, thereby giving us the resources needed for nation building. We unleashed the true economic potential of the nation then, which has contributed to the subsequent growth across these years. Subsequently, there have been several key reforms that have impacted our education system that has fulfilled our national quest for universality of primary education and enabled the growth of the learning curve of the nation. I will give you some of the examples. Can I have the slide or of the first slide? Some of the examples that have actually driven created the infrastructure and the growth in the country on the academic platform are examples that I'm going to put up. The extensive network of the Kendriya Vidyalayas spanning across the country that cater to children of the various schools. Then, sorry, can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah, I'm still talking about the Kendriya Vidyalaya network. And also the Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya network in every district of the country to give access to qualitative and residential school education to the academically strong students from underprivileged backgrounds. By the way, both these, the Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas and the Kendriya Vidyalayas remain our top performing schools across the country. Students from these two schools continue to do very well. The Right to Education Act 2010, which gave free, universal free education until 8th class to every child, which has expanded the reach of primary education to every corner of the nation, coupled with the midday meal for their nutrition. I think this has been a very, very far-reaching, initiative. The National Skilling Mission, objective of skilling millions of youth across the nation in multiple verticals and as per industry and market standards and within a vocational framework acceptable and recognized by those particular sectors. There were 28 sector skills courses to begin with based on the industry verticals, which have expanded subsequently. The NSDM was the financial support body which was supposed to fund these skilling institutions. A giant leap in the capacity creation of higher educational institutions funded by the Government of India including new IITs, IIMs, NITs, central universities, architecture schools, and new institutions called the ICERs, where the fundamentals of science were strengthened. You could get a degree in the fundamentals of science, especially if you're research-oriented. That proved to be a strong building blocks. These were new initiatives that were taken in the recent past. Substantial budget allocation towards the modernization of polytechnics and ITIs. Several triple ITs in the public-private partnership board, most of which have become iconic institutions. Strengthening of the academic bodies with the sole purpose of improving the academic standards and recognizing those institutions. By the way, very few institutions in India are still in global rankings. So I think we have a long way to go in terms of that qualitative factor and what makes an institution of excellence. The conceptualization of the national knowledge network, the digital broadband network for faster sharing of knowledge and co-working between higher education and research institutions. I think that has been a fantastic initiative which has given access and sharing of knowledge, not only for the enhancement of knowledge, but also for research purposes. The national education policy, which has been rolled out during the COVID years, this has also been done by eminent people, and they have given some very far-sighted recommendations for strengthening the academic framework of the entire nation. So these are some of the things that have happened in the apologies for So this is some of the things that have happened in the recent part, but I think one of the things that the NEP needed to articulate was a clear roadmap and the resource allocation for the seamless implementation of those wonderful recommendations. While education remains a concurrent subject, I think most of you should understand that a concurrent subject means it is the responsibility of both the central government and the state government. So it is the joint responsibility. I would like to highlight some of the shortcomings during the years that have gone by, not with the intention of the blame game, but with the objective of learning from our past mistakes. Although the spend, can we have that slide please? Some of the shortcomings of the past. I think this is the second point. The first point was that, the grand intention of the founding fathers that was on education, we should at least spend 6% of our GDP. But in reality, it has hovered around 3 to 4%. So we haven't spent adequately right from the founding years on the education. So I think that was, maybe we had other, social needs to take care of, so and also infrastructure building for a new nation. But that benchmark of 6% was never met. You're gone back to the previous slide. I want the next slides, please. Yeah. The lack of political will across states to prioritize the environment around the government schools, especially the qualitative aspects, including facilities, faculty, pedagogy, budget provisions for personality development through activities such as sports, scouts, NCC, and other extracurricular activities remains minimal or non-existent. I think personality development, instilling those proper value systems, is something that is core to every youngster, and the spending by states varies drastically. I've seen some states that are very, very progressive spend a lot of money on these activities, whereas it's absent in some of the states. Neglect of government-funded skilling institutions like the polytechnics and the ITIs, vital building blocks for nurturing the manufacturing sector and the MSME sector, which forms the bedrock for our manufacturing sector. Absence of joint ownership for skilling institutions by industry. lack of coordination between the accreditation bodies of the central government and the state councils to nurture and strengthen the quality factor in academic institutions. These are some of the shortcomings that I'm highlighting. Capacity creation shortfall in higher education institutions due to lack of resources. Fortunately, that has been bridged by the private sector, institutions like GITAM and universities and institutions across the country, which have created the capacity and the facilities for us to access higher education. Although, most have been driven by the profit motive, nevertheless, the capacity creation has happened. India remains a nation that holds high economic potential despite a lopsided mix of agriculture, manufacturing, and services. As you're all aware, while agriculture is the biggest employer, the GDP contribution of agriculture remains between 16 to 18%, manufacturing about 25%, while the services sector has been taking a big leap, and rightfully so. I think you are all aware how our IT sector grew, our knowledge sector has been growing, and how intellectual property creation has been happening but unfortunately for companies abroad. The IP creation that is done eventually is the IP of a company which is abroad. So that is where we need to, although we've become a very vibrant services economy, I think that is what we should focus, that eventually that IP has to belong to the nation. That is true value addition and value creation for the nation. A few months ago, I attended this NVIDIA conference in Mumbai, where the founder Jensen Huang was predicting that India was on the threshold of a great opportunity for leveraging AI for building value-added products and services, and that India should capitalize on the moment. We had a similar opportunity with software when the services industry took off, but unfortunately with minimal Indian IP ownership, the point I was making earlier. I certainly hope that the AI opportunity would script a better story, where, we have products and IP that becomes the ownership of the nation. Given the above reality and having mentioned the above shortcomings of the past which needed to be addressed effectively for the future, it is imperative on the nation to develop the following. Can I have the next slide, please? Strengthening early childhood interventions, including nutrition and environment. The point slide. That's all right. Yeah. No, this is again, you've gone back. I need you to go forward. Anyway, so I think what is needed going ahead is strengthening early childhood interventions, including nutrition and the environment, something that was recommended in the NEP that was announced during the COVID years. And the individual approach could be left to states with effect for and to monitor them for effective implementation. Raising the qualitative and wholesome atmosphere around school education, whether it is the facilities, the faculty, or the environment for ongoing learning for teachers. Moral values, ethics, consciousness towards the ecology and environment, and community upliftment has to be an integral part of our school education. I think that is where the actual character building and the responsibility for society happens. I think that has to be integral to any school environment and school curriculum. Focused development of skilling centers around districts and towns in tune with the requirements of the local economy on the lines of community colleges in the United States. I think that's a great initiative that is dependent on the local economy and the local skills needed. Strengthening the ITIs and the polytechnics with a curriculum and standards set by industry. That is very important, because eventually the skill sets have to be, the students have to be industry ready. Industry academia partnership is paramount here, where how handholding by industry is a very, very important factor. Proactive partnerships between Government of India, state governments, industry, and financial institutions toward creating and strengthening innovation and entrepreneurial hubs backed with adequate mentoring. In our own backyard, T-Hub in Hyderabad is a very good example. Unburdening higher education institutions from regulatory compliances. Like, as part of the NEP, I think one of the burdens on the higher educational institutions has been the amount of paperwork that they have to do and the compliance work that they have to do, while encouraging them onto the path of excellence through an environment of research, innovation, enterprise, and entrepreneurship. Substantial increase in research spending in collaboration with industry and academia with clear objectives and focused spend. Unfortunately, research spending in India still remains very, very minimal, which definitely needs to be stepped up if we are to gain a stronger foothold in the IP arena of creating our own intellectual property and thereby greater value addition to whatever comes out of India. We live in a constantly changing world, and we owe it to the future generations to give them a better world free of strife and in harmony with nature. The quality of political leadership and the nature of our education are going to be determining factors that would shape the future. With enlightened youth armed with the appropriate value system, I'm certain that India will be the torchbearer to a better world. Like one of the objectives of politics, whether cutting across party lines, should be how do we enhance the quality of life for each and every living being in our country or in this world. And I think if that collective focus is there, and if we say that we can enlighten and empower our future generations through a better education system, I think that would be the path to a better world. Thank you for this opportunity, and Jai Hind.
Sanket Upadhyay, and Sunil Saini. Redmic is a pioneering digital platform in journalism and fact checking. An award winning investigative journalist and a global fact checker, he has exposed critical stories and championed truth in media. He remains at the forefront of combating misinformation and upholding journalistic integrity worldwide. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Saurabh Shukla. Sir, the stage is yours.
Saurabh Shukla, the co-founder of The Red Mic, is an accomplished journalist and mediapreneur who has been at the forefront of investigative and political reporting. With over 12 years of experience at NDTV, Saurabh Shukla, the co-founder of The Red Mic, is an accomplished journalist and mediapreneur who has been at the forefront of investigative and political reporting. With over 12 years of experience at NDTV as a special correspondent and anchor, he has reported extensively in both Hindi and English, covering critical social and political issues with depth and integrity. His commitment to ethical journalism, sharp political insights, and reporting of sensitive social issues makes him an important figure in journalism. He is the winner of many prestigious awards like Ramnath Goenka by Indian Express, Red Ink, and International Press Institute, to name a few. At TEDx GITAM, Hyderabad, he joins us to explore the power of journalism in bringing narratives to the world. Saurabh Shukla.
How to go forward and backward. Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. My voice is reaching to the last person who's sitting here, because journalism is all about reaching out to the last person and telling the story of that person. So I'm going to speak in Hindi and English both, and we'll start with something which is very relevant these days. As a famous poet said, दूसरे के घरों को जलते देखने वालों, फूस का छप्पर आपका है, पीछे तुम्हारे तेज हवा है, आगे मुकद्दर आपका है, उसके कत्ल पर मैं भी चुप था, के कत्ल पर मैं भी चुप था, अब मेरी बारी आई है, मेरे कत्ल पर तुम भी चुप हो, अगला नंबर आपका है. As in English, during the World War II, German pastor said, first they came for socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And then there was no one left to speak for me. But here I am, standing with few journalists in our country, and we still believe that the media is still the fourth pillar of our democracy. Because it's our responsibility is to speak, to tell the reality to the world, clear the air, clear what is propaganda and what is fact. So I'm here to talk about revolutionizing journalism, truth in the age of noise and misinformation. Usually, I don't like to speak about myself, what I do. I allow my stories to speak. I think that's the best way to tell the story. I've started my career as a 20-year-old young boy in 2011 in NDTV. And in 2011, I had decided that I'm going to be the people's journalist. I'm going to be the people's reporter. I'm going to be the आम आदमी का पत्रकार, सड़क वाला पत्रकार, जिसकी कोई नहीं सुन रहा है, उसको सुनाना है. और वो बहुत सारे लोग हैं, बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं जो सड़कों पर किनारे पड़ी हुई हैं। वो चाहते हैं कि उनको आवाज दी जाए, और वो आवाज दे भी रहे हैं, वो बुला भी रहे हैं कि प्लीज हेयर अस आउट, प्लीज हेयर अस आउट। बट द नॉइस, उनकी आवाज नहीं सुनाई जाती है। तो वो कोशिश है कि पिछले 14 सालों में, बीन 14 years as a reporter, I am trying to tell those stories. 14 years back, I was on the road. After 14 years, I am still on the road. And I think it's very important for a journalist to be on the road and keep a check to clear what is noise and what is fact. As the great Ram Manohar Lohia said, अगर सड़कें खामोश हो जाएं तो संसद आवारा हो जाएगी. So it's good to be on the road. I enjoy myself. During my journey as a journalist on the road, this is what I've seen. So let's go through few clips, and I would try and explain what is propaganda, what is claim, and what is journalism to fact check. So let's play the first clip and refresh. I'm going to refresh your COVID memories. I know it's painful, but still, it's good to learn from the past, not to fight over it, as we've been fighting over Aurangzeb these days a lot. So let's play the first clip.
पानी पीते में लठ मार दिया था, देखो ये चूना लगा रखा, मैं पानी में कूद गया था, खाना नहीं खाया, पानी पीते में खाना नहीं खाया।
सर, आपका क्या नाम है?
रमेश।
रमेश जी, कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
मैं बिहार का रहने वाला।
आप यहीं फंसे हुए हैं, क्या करते हैं आप?
ये मार्केट में धक्का लगाता हूँ, मजदूरी काम।
मजदूरी आप सब बंद हो गया, यहाँ हैं आप, ये सड़े हुए केले में ढूंढ रहे हैं कि कोई केला मिल जाए तो थोड़ा सा राहत।
हाँ, क्या करे, भूख लगी है तो क्या करे सर।
खाना नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ?
खाना कहाँ मिल रहा है?
So in 2022, we all know that lockdown was announced, and we all have seen on the roads in Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, all the metro cities, migrant workers were on the roads walking to their villages in Bihar, in Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. And then we all started reporting it, few of us. And then the order came that no, they cannot be allowed to walk on the roads. The order was passed that respective state governments will take care of them. They will feed them, they'll feed them, and they'll be provided with the shelter home and everything. It was a difficult time, and everybody said कि बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है, हम सबको खिला पिला रहे हैं, देखिए सड़कें खाली हैं, कोई माइग्रेंट वर्कर सड़क पर नहीं है, सब खुश हैं, सबको हम लोगों ने रुकवा दिया है, सब बढ़िया हो गया है. And this is Delhi, our capital. I was passing from a ministry I have attended a press conference where these huge claims were made that everybody is very well fed and everything is fine with migrant workers. And while I was driving back, I saw somebody dumped these rotten bananas on the bank of River Yamuna. And I saw these migrant workers fighting like animals. Matlab, I should not be saying it, but still, this is the reality. And I speak the truth. I don't like to please anyone. Story is story. I have seen these migrant workers fighting like animals to find one fine banana so they can eat. They were eating rotten bananas and they were drinking Yamuna water. And you know what is the condition of Yamuna water in Delhi. This was the reality. So what was the claim? That everybody is very well fed. And what is the reality is right in the front of you. And it is very important to quit. This is our job. This is our job to be on the road. It's good that we should all publish press releases, but it is our job as well to fact check those press releases. And we all should do it. we'll talk about what we are doing these days. We'll also talk about it. But let's go to the second clip.
In Banjeda Khurd village in UP's Hapur district, we come to meet Rakesh Sisodia.
कासिम को मुझसे कह रहा था भैया आवाज नहीं निकल रही थी थोड़ा पानी के इशारा करो मैं तुझे पानी पिलेगा तूने मरती हुई गाय को पानी नहीं दिया और ये मेरी फौज आज तुझे छोड़ेगी नहीं एक मिनट मारेगी मुझे लग नहीं रहा था कासिम मरेगा मुझे पता था वो मरेगा समय दिन उसका बच गया.
Why am I showing this clip to you all? I will give you the reference. In 2018, on the rumor of cow slaughter in West UP, very close to Delhi, a person named Qasim was lynched. He was beaten to death. He was dragged for kilometers. And it's very important. What is the job of a journalist? To fact check, and if there is any nexus of police personnel and the accused, I should expose it. This is my only sting operation I have done. All the accused were let off, and they claimed that they were not present at the spot. I did the sting operation, and on my hidden camera, they accepted that they killed Qasim. They dragged him. They did not give him water. And they had no repentance at all. And police made a case of road rage. The case was you see that the case was of mob lynching, but police made a case of road rage. This story, this sting operation cleared the air, and after 3 years, this story played an important role, and 20 of these accused were convicted, and they were sentenced for life. They are behind the bars. Fact check and the impact. I would like the third slide, the third clip.
ये परवेज शर्मा ने दी.
परवेज शर्मा ने दी. कौन बांट रहा है साड़ी अंदर? It is violation of model code of conduct. यानी चुनावी आचार संहिता का उल्लंघन हो रहा है. महिलाएं खड़ी हुई हैं और वहां से अंदर से साड़ी बांटी जा रही हैं और सुबह से बांटी जा रही हैं. इसकी तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं. क्या ले जा रही हैं छुपा के? दिखाइए. ये साड़ी है. प्रवेश जी क्या से मिली? वो देखिए बीजेपी के वो कार्यकर्ता उनको समझा रहे हैं कि साड़ी लेके जा रही हैं तो छुपा करके लेके जाइए. देखो शॉल में छुपा. ये शॉल में क्या छुपाया हुआ है? साड़ी है.
देखा साड़ी की बात नहीं, जनता को जो मिलेगा वो तो लेना पड़ेगा.
So this is a recent one exposing that how these politicians they don't care about model code of conduct. Our election commission, when they do press conference with nice coat, pants, shoes, they talk about the transparency, what great job election commission is doing. And this is the house of Pravesh Verma, who is now the PWD minister in New Delhi government. His house is almost 500 meters from Indian Parliament on Lutyens, Delhi. They were distributing saris, they were distributing money, and it was like normal for the police personnel. They were passing by quietly, and they said, "Okay, it's okay." So I reported this story, and it was right there, as if कि ऐसा नहीं है कि वो लोग छुप के बांट रहे थे, वो सामने बांट रहे थे कि साड़ी लो, पैसा लो, बीजेपी के लिए, प्रवेश वर्मा जी के लिए वोट करो. साड़ी लो, पैसा लो, बीजेपी के लिए वोट करो. आप लोगों को नहीं पता है तो मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट लगने के बाद यू कैन नॉट डू दिस. दिस इज क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस. बट बाकी तो ठीक है. बाकी you know how these politicians are and their nexus with not every politician, with all respect to Mr. Raju who is sitting here right in front of me. so politicians do it. And what is our job? To expose the nexus of administration and the nexus of that politician. That's what I have done. FIR was registered against Pravesh Verma. I know that nothing is going to happen, but still FIR was registered. That was my job. That was my job. I've done it. The next clip.
लाल कहाँ? मेरा लाल दे दो बस, मेरा लाल दे दो, मेरा लाल। अब माँ से रोटी कहने को भी कोई ना होगा। मेरे शेर कहाँ मिलेंगे? लाल, मुझे कुछ पता ना, मेरा लाल ला दो, लाल। आज तो मिलके भी ना गए थे लाल दुकान पे, दुकान खोल के आ गए थे।
माता जी आप अपने आप को संभालिए। वो इस तरीके से परेशान है, दुखी हैं कि वो दौड़ दौड़ के अपने बेटे को देखने जा रही हैं। इनका ध्यान रखें, इनका ध्यान रखें,
लाल मेरे,
इनका ध्यान
अरे मेरे शेर।
साड़ी किसने दी? So this story, I think, my journalism is to speak for this lady. I'll give the reference so you can all understand. Her boy was killed in the violence which occurred during the survey of 400 years old mosque in Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal. Sambhal has been in news a lot these days. On 24th November 2024, her boy's name was Naeem. He was shot dead. And the irony is, no one knows who killed him. Cops were seen firing upon the protesters who were pelting stones. Later, there was a press conference by police personnel saying that they did not fire a single bullet. They did not fire a single bullet, though there are videos. They said that we did not fire a single bullet. ये लोग आपस में गोली चला के मर गए. They were firing upon the police personnel, and आपस में cross firing में 4 boys were killed, and Naeem was one of them. And when I went there to report, I went to this lady, and still when I'm talking about the story, I'm getting goosebumps. She has lost her senses. And you saw while talking to me, वो इंटरव्यू छोड़ के सड़क पर भाग जाती हैं because एक मोटर बाइक जाती है. She thought that her son is coming back. वो दौड़ के चली जाती because her son went to buy mustard oil from the shop and never came back. She is still waiting for her son. She is still waiting for her son. It's very sad that her son was killed, and there is no substantial evidence that he was part of that mob which was stone pelting and attacking policemen. There are no evidences to prove that. But the irony is that she will never get the justice. So the journalism is to find who is the actual victim. Who is the actual victim, and then taking their side. And to continue to tell such stories, I decided to come out of NDTV in November 2023, which is now owned by a super rich and a powerful industrialist of the country and the world, I think. And things changed there. I did not see the space of such stories. So I decided to struggle to continue to be on the road and we created our own independent news platform. It's called the Red Mic, along with my 2 fellow journalists, Sunil Saini ji and Sanket Upadhyay. For a journalist, it is very difficult. You have to take care of your family. You have your responsibilities. You are answerable to your parents also. But nowadays it is very difficult. The mainstream media I will talk about. Most of the channels are now owned by powerful businessmen. They are heavily dependent on government ads. Government control these channels through the crores of money they pay these channels through their advertisement. But again, it is my choice where I want to be. आप चैनल खरीद सकते हैं, आप बिल्डिंग खरीद सकते हैं, आप कुर्सी खरीद सकते हैं, मेज खरीद सकते हैं, ये पोडियम खरीद सकते हैं, माइक खरीद सकते हैं, फिर मेरी आवाज नहीं खरीद सकते। पैसे से आप मेरी इंटीग्रिटी नहीं खरीद सकते हैं। What is happening in today's so-called mainstream media? Famous Hindi poet Gorakh Pandey said, राजा बोला रात है, रानी बोली रात है, मंत्री बोला रात है, संतरी बोला रात है। और फिर मीडिया आई कह रही हाँ हाँ ये रात है, हम सबको बताएंगे रात है, पर ये सुबह सुबह की बात है। But people like me, and I believe that there are a lot of people like me who are there on the road. I'm inspired by few who are there. They don't have platforms. They are struggling, but still they are coming out and speaking the truth. So people like us, people like many others like me, we decided that no, we are not going to say that if King wants us to say that it's night, no, we are not going to say it. We are going to tell that वो जो बोल रहे हैं वो गलत है, सच्चाई ये है. What is the job of a journalist? To become the mouthpiece of the powerful? No, to question it, to fact check. And believe me, these politicians, again, with your respect to Mr. Raju here, when I'm saying who are in the power, the chief minister and minister and the MP and MLAs, these powerful people, and these powerful people are everywhere, in sports, in entertainment, in education sector, everywhere. The powerful people, they survive by distracting. They rule by distracting us. And they make sure that this distraction is entertaining, number one, sensational, number two, and loaded with emotions, number three. For example, you've been hearing a lot about Aurangzeb these days. A film called Chhawa was released, and the film depicted that Aurangzeb brutally murdered the great King Sambhaji Maharaj. I don't want to go to history, I don't want to go to facts. Producer of the film made 600 crore from this movie. 600 crore. Producer, director, and actor of the film, they have made 600 crore from this movie. Now the actor and producer, they're busy making another film, shooting abroad, driving a nice SUV. Here comes a distraction. A senior politician in Maharashtra says कि ये औरंगजेब आक्रांता था, उसकी कब्र तोड़ डालो, इसकी कब्र को उखाड़ फेंको. फिर क्या था भाई लोगों जनता का, फिर भाई लोग आ गए लाठी डंडे लेके सड़क पर, नहीं नहीं ये औरंगजेब नहीं रहेगा, इसकी कब्र तोड़ो. They were on the roads. They protested in whole Maharashtra. What was the result? Violence occurred in Nagpur. Purpose solved? King wanted distraction. King wanted Aurangzeb to be discussed. His ministers wanted Aurangzeb to be discussed. And media says, yes, we'll make sure that we discuss Aurangzeb 24/7. We'll get right, we'll get left, we'll get some Hindutvadi neta, and we'll get some Maulana, and then lado aapas mein. And a common man sitting in Hyderabad in forces, thinking about falling markets. Hey, Aurangzeb ka kya karunge, to market gir gaya. Distraction. वो चाहते हैं कि औरंगजेब की बात हो, आपकी जेब की बात ना हो. We should understand that we should learn from the history, not to fight over it. We cannot be the prisoner of past. We have to learn. Distraction called Aurangzeb has everything. It's sensational, number one. It's emotional, number two. And the film Chhawa, that is entertaining. entertainment. Sensational, emotional, and entertaining. The distraction. All three takes. आप लोग लड़ो आपस में, घर में लड़ाई करो कि ये देखो क्या कह रहे हैं ये कांग्रेस वाले, ये देखो क्या कह रहे हैं शिवसेना वाले, ये क्या कह रहे हैं एनसीपी वाले, क्या टीडीपी वाले, ये कह रहे हैं कांग्रेस वाले. You fight. Distraction. Sadly, my issue and my topic is media. We have become tool to distract. We have become the tool. We were promised that by 2022 सारे गरीबों का पक्का घर होगा, किसानों की आय दुगनी होगी, हर घर में टैप वाटर होगा. वो हुआ नहीं हुआ, उस बारे में बात ना हो, इसलिए औरंगजेब चाहिए. What is journalism? As George Orwell said, journalism is printing something that someone does not want printed. Everything else is PR. And I will tell you a few instances where journalists have felt the heat. I would like to show the screenshot, that India Today screenshot. The first screenshot. Yep. In 2021, a journalist named Pramod Jaiswal in Uttar Pradesh's Mirzapur reported and exposed local administration. He reported that children were being served with salt and chapati in the midday meal. Such a huge story. As Mr. Raju before me was talking about right to education, and which the education, when it comes to education, the midday meal, the laptops, school bags are also very important. The local administration was doing धांधली, सारा पैसा मिड डे मील का अपने पास और बच्चों को नमक रोटी दे रहे थे. The journalist exposed the nexus. What was the result? He was arrested under the section of criminal conspiracy. And after a lot of protest, he was released. And it is not the first instance. The people who are questioning, who don't believe that we should just publish press release, they are asking questions. Recently, 2 journalists were arrested in Hyderabad for criticizing Chief Minister of Telangana. Yesterday, in fact, yesterday a journalist named I'll just go back to the previous, the next one. Yep. Mr. Dilawar Hussain Mazumdar. Yesterday he was arrested by Assam police. He was covering a protest against bank where CM is directed. He was he's been charged with criminal intimidation, violation of provisions of the SC Act based on a complaint by a security guard at the bank. एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की शिकायत पर एक जर्नलिस्ट को उठा लिया जाता है क्योंकि एक प्रोटेस्ट कवर कर रहा था एक बैंक के खिलाफ, जिसमें एक बहुत शक्तिशाली आदमी डायरेक्टर है. और जो सरकार की वाहवाही कर रहे हैं उनको बढ़िया पैकेज मिलता है. दे गेट गुड मनी. द पैकेज इज वेरी गुड. कुछ लोगों को तो सरकार, गवर्नमेंट हैज प्रोवाइडेड द सिक्योरिटी, द हाई लेवल सिक्योरिटी they have. So we don't need revolution in journalism. Definitely we don't need. All we need is to be truthful. And it is not difficult. A lot of people, and it's a very important point, and I think during Q&A, you young people will ask me, but I want to put my point across. A lot of people say that journalists should be neutral. And I say, why? Why journalists should be neutral? If A says it's raining outside, B is saying it's not raining outside. What is the job of journalist? To be neutral? Saying A is saying it's raining, B is saying it's not raining, baki aap dekh lo. No. My job, a journalist's job, is to go out and see if it's raining or not, and then to publish. This is what people say. And I'm very clear. I'm not a neutral journalist. No, I'm not. And My journalism is for the powerless, to finding the right victim and to tell his or her story. I'm with them. As celebrated Ramdhari Singh Dinkar said, जो तटस्थ हैं समय लिखेगा उनके भी अपराध. In English, those neutral, time will write their crimes as well. All I see here are the young boys, young girls who are ready to prove themselves. I have one request, and I always say that you should learn from the history. It's very important. You become an engineer, you become a doctor, कुछ भी बन जाओ, but history से सीखो. And I'm a journalist, so I'll talk about it. Go and see, it's all on the internet. There are huge reportage. What Western media was reporting when Hitler rose to power in 1932 and 1933. World War started in 1939. And you see what media was reporting during from 1932 to 1939. So in between this period, see what the Nazis were up to. How media was reporting it. They claimed they were neutral. But what was the result? World War broke out, leading to massacre of millions of Jews, millions of people, millions of death. How media became a tool for Hitler to instigate Germans. You should go and read and learn. I want every young man and woman in this room to read, to study the past, and to ask critical questions. I want you all to be argumentative, because argument is very important. Not to believe what comes on your WhatsApp. Now these days we don't need read newspapers, we believe what comes on your WhatsApp. And I have no shame saying that I'm struggling. Yes, I'm struggling. It's difficult to come out of a big brand to start something of your own. But I'm fine, I'm happy that I have less time to sleep, limited money to survive, but जितने घंटे भी सोते हैं बहुत चैन से सोते हैं. And rest I leave it to the history to judge me, and to judge the people like me who continue to tell the stories which are of public interest. जो हो सकता है कि सरकारों को कहानियां पसंद ना आए, वो कहानियां कहना बहुत जरूरी है, और वो कहानी कहने के लिए ही हम हैं यहाँ पे. उन लोगों की कहानी जो हाशिए पर है, जो बहुत कुछ कहना चाहते हैं पर उनकी सुनाने वाला कोई नहीं है, क्योंकि वो डिस्ट्रैक्शन नहीं है. All you see, you go and just tune into any national news channel, you'll see हिंदू मुसलमान पूरा दिन सुबह से रात. वो मोहम्मद शमी क्रिकेटर, उसने रोजे के दिन रोजा चल रहा है, उसने क्रिकेट मैच के दौरान पानी पी लिया. They are debating it. Whole day they are debating it. A Maulana is there saying ये तो इस्लाम के उसूलों के खिलाफ है. Second Maulana is saying आप कैसी बात कर रहे हैं. एक आदमी नहीं, वो तो देश के लिए खेल रहा है, ये देखो कैसी बात कर रहे हैं. This is the story. Whole day they are discussing. शमी ने कैसे पानी पी लिया रोजा के दौरान. He is playing for our country. कोई इशू ही नहीं है. मतलब ये बात हम कर रहे हैं. While I was coming here, I was on my way to the airport. I got a call from a army aspirant, and you all know the Agniveer scheme, which came in 2022. Now, the soldiers, जो हमारे आपके गांव में भर्ती होते हैं, you've seen on the roads, these young boys are running and preparing. They are ready to sacrifice their life for the country. They were told that अब जो भर्ती होंगी वो 4 साल की होंगी. And there were 1,50,000 students who were selected through the old process. They were waiting for their joining letter, and they were told that सारी पुरानी भर्ती cancel. अब जो होगा वो 4 साल का होगा. Believe me, these boys are still protesting. 1,50,000 boys are still protesting demanding their offer letter from the defense ministry. They are saying, भैया हमें कोई दिखा नहीं रहा है. We've been protesting in Bihar from last 1 month. We are doing this yatra. Nobody is showing us. You people read newspaper. You see, एक महीने में, have you seen this report that 1,50,000 unemployed are protesting on the road? Have you seen on your Instagram feed somewhere? Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Instagram generation? No, you have not seen. Mr. Raju, have you seen this story? Sir, you? But this is a story. You know, we are very, our football team, you know that our country is not very good in football. Our football team is not that great. Our FIFA ranking is 126th. हमारी फुटबॉल टीम कमजोर है, उसकी रैंकिंग 126 है. पता है आपको, इंडिया का प्रेस उससे भी कमजोर है. प्रेस फ्रीडम में हमारी रैंकिंग 169th है. We are worse than our football team. We are worse than our football team. In press freedom, India ranks 159th. And football team is at 126th. I see, I'm not a person who is here to, and I've never done that journalism so I can make somebody happy. My story is my story. And I've said that I don't want to talk about myself. I allow my stories to speak out. Or we still see that, I see a lot of hope. I see young boys and girls coming out, they are writing. The YouTube, the digital media allows you to anyone can make YouTube account with good internet and tell the stories which are of public interest. And I'm very happy. यहाँ भी कोई भी बैठ करके बता सकता है कि अगर आपकी सोसाइटी में कुछ गलत हो रहा है, it has allowed, the digital era has allowed you to do that. But there are difficulties. And end में, I think recently there is a series on Sony Live, and I want everyone should watch it. It's called The Freedom at Midnight. It is based on the book of Dominic and Larry Collins. So very evocative scene there. It was in 1945 when Jinnah was demanding that they want separate nation for the Muslims, Pakistan. And senior leaders were discussing that in 1945. I think that was Congress office. Nehru was sitting, Gandhi was there, Maulana Azad was there, C. Rajgopalachari was there, and they were discussing that Mountbatten is coming, what should we do? And somebody tells them that riots are now, riots broke out in Noakhali of West Bengal, of Bengal. That time there was no West Bengal, Bengal. Riots broke out and people were massacred. So Gandhi gets up. Gandhi gets up that I'm going. मैं नोआखली जा रहा हूं. And he turns to Nehru. And Gandhi asks Nehru कि जवाहर, क्या तुम मेरे साथ चलोगे? जवाहर खड़े होते हैं, जवाहरलाल नेहरू खड़े होते हैं और बोलते हैं कि बापू मुझे तो यहाँ रहना है. I have to be here. Lord Mountbatten is coming. I have to speak with him. And I have to see the transition. But I'll make sure that you have everything. I'll send few Congress workers with you. I'll send clothes. I'll send medicines. And Gandhi turns towards Jawaharlal Nehru. उन्होंने बोला मैं सब भेज दूंगा, कपड़े भेज दूंगा, दवाइयां भेज दूंगा, लोग आ जाएंगे. गांधी मुड़ते हैं नेहरू की तरफ और उनसे पूछते हैं कि क्या तुम उम्मीद भेज सकते हो? उफ, मैं उम्मीदों का धंधा नहीं करता हूं. जर्नलिज्म उम्मीदों का धंधा एज अ जर्नलिस्ट मैं नहीं करता हूं. मैं सच बताता हूं, बिना डरे बताता हूं, बताना भी चाहिए. हम कोई महान काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. आई एम नॉट डूइंग विच इज समथिंग ग्रेट. दूसरे नहीं कर रहे हैं वो अलग बात है. हमें जो करना चाहिए, जो बताया गया, हम वही कर रहे हैं. सो इन द एंड I want you all to be argumentative, to ask questions, and not to believe anything which comes on your WhatsApp and on your Instagram feed. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Gitam, for having me. Thank you for allowing me to come here and to speak. Thank you so very much. Done?
Now that Dr. Rathin Roy is a renowned economist and policy expert, specializing in public finance, fiscal policy, and economic development. A former director of the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, he has advised governments and international institutions on economic reforms, social spending, and inclusive growth. His work continues to shape India's economic policies and global financial discourse. So please put your hands together for Dr. Rathin Roy.
Dr. Rathin Roy is a renowned economist and policy expert who has been instrumental in shaping fiscal policy and sustainable development strategies. With vast experience as an economic advisor, including his role in the 13th Finance Commission of India, he has contributed significantly to public finance, governance, and economic reform. His work continues to influence critical discussions on India's economic future. At TEDx GITAM, Hyderabad, he joins us to share his insights on economic transformation, policy making, and the path to sustainable growth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I apologize for that picture. I'm much better looking now. That's pre-COVID. All right. So I have a rather long title called Rethinking Economic Growth, Resilience, Inclusivity, and Sustainability. This is quite normal when you're looking for a job, because these are the kinds of words that will help you paper over the need to go over any substance. But I don't want to focus on that. I want to actually interrogate the first word here, rethinking. That presupposes thinking. Have we thought about one of these four things in any systematic way in this country? Do we have any kind of policy direction? By which I mean, I think we have a very clear policy direction in the Ministry of Home Affairs in India. I don't know if you agree with me, but I'm a great admirer of the Home Ministry. We have sorted Jammu and Kashmir, we have built a temple or two. I presume the Uniform Civil Code is coming. Home Ministry is doing its job, man, right? But what's happening with the rest? With the Finance Ministry? I ask this because I hear a lot of talk, not from the Finance Ministry, God bless us, except in the beginning of the Finance Minister's speech, about Viksit Bharat, 2047, 2050, $10 trillion economy, 2060, and that sort of thing, which is very nice. I have a small problem with it. I'll be dead by then for sure, unless something happens in genetics. So I'm more interested in sort of humbler timeframes like 2030 or even 2028. If I ask anybody in the following institutions, the Ministry of Finance, the Reserve Bank of India, the Niti Aayog, the Prime Minister's Office, or the Chief Economic Advisor, what will India's growth rate be in 2028? I have no answer. Will agriculture, the size of agriculture, be bigger or smaller in 2028? I have no answer. And this worries me. So there is, I think, I'd submit to you the need to think a little bit about economic growth, certainly about resilience from a very dire situation, about sustainability, because it's important for us to take account not just of planetary boundaries, but also of social boundaries, and obviously, therefore, of inclusivity. But all this involves understanding the backdrop against which we are asking these questions, and that backdrop is very dire. And the last thing we need is a public policy, not just government, a public policy environment that is drunk on the Kool-Aid of Viksit Bharat 2047. That I'm happy to leave to you. I will speak up to 2030. Let me tell you something I already know. I'm part of a global research program. I know, and I'm speaking here to people who have entered adulthood since 2015, that you have one thing now in common both with people like you in America, in England, in Japan, and with common people in India that I did not have in common with them. What you have in common with them is very depressing and frightening. We can change it. For the first time in the history of the world since the early 20th century, the prosperity of the current generation, unless you had legacy assets, that is, mummy and papa left you a flat or some gold or some land, the current generation is going to be less prosperous than the previous generation. This is a profoundly depressing fact, and it's happening globally. When my great-grandfather moved to Bombay in the early 1900s, my grandfather expected to be more prosperous than him. He was. My father expected to be more prosperous than my grandfather. He was. And I, thank God, am much more prosperous than my father ever was. That has now changed for you. And this is true all over the world, and it is true across income classes. So this is one very worrying thing we have to think of when we think of these 4 words. I say this to you and I underline it because it means it is no longer something that you can be blasé about or use on your CVs to pass interviews. It's about your life and your future. Securing growth, inclusivity, prosperity in a sustainable fashion is something that you need to take firmly in your hands and do, because we have failed to give it to you as our legacy. Only those of you who have legacy of assets from your families will be able to weather this storm. The rest of you are in for a tough time. But there is good news for Indians. You see, in my generation, when we talked about developing the country, it wasn't about us, you see. It so happened we developed ourselves, at least my generation did, beyond anyone's wildest expectations. That was a fluke. When we public policy-minded people talked about developing people, it was about developing other people. It was not about developing me. I was okay. I went to a good college. I got a good degree, you know, and then things got better and better. India opened up. I became globally mobile. I started eating sushi, right? And all these lovely things happened, celebrating Halloween, I'm told now, in Ashoka University, and not in Gitam, thank God. And that sort of thing. You guys, we got beautifully globalized, the lives became globalized, and my prosperity exceeded any previous generation's wildest imaginations. If your prosperity declines, and it's happening everywhere, you, for the first time now, if you're going to live in this country, if you're going to get out, fine, but it won't help you much, you can see from Trump. It'll maybe help you a little more than staying here. You have common cause to make now with people who have never been prosperous. Those of you who don't have legacy. And for me, I would interpret inclusion for you in those terms. For me, inclusion meant I must include somebody in the benefits I am enjoying. For you, it means I must be included with other people to get the benefits that previous generations enjoyed and I do not enjoy. It is therefore as much a social quest as a technocratic or economic one. And I would urge you, therefore, to think about the solutions to this, not technocratically. And I say this because in India, we are a country which is a very, very strange country. I had when I was teaching in England, some people came to visit me, Indians. And they had a very bright kid, actually Telugu kid, very bright. And the boy wanted to be a radio astronomer. Exoplanetary radio astronomer, which is looking for life in outside boundaries, etc. He had the talent, everything. And his mother came to me in tears and said, please tell this boy not to do this. Tell him to become an engineer. And I was like, madam, your child is a genius. He wants to be an exoplanetary astronomer. Why do you want him to become a mechanical engineer? It's disgusting. The same thing happens with me. When I became an economist, somebody met my father and said, oh, I'm sorry, your son couldn't get into chartered accountancy. So these are sort of workaday things that have become part of our education process. You're all familiar with it as young people. I've talked to enough of you in this university to know that you knew that your life trajectories could have been different. But very often you were forced into doing things for job, for family, etc. Right? And the good news for you is these things ain't working anymore. We have unemployed engineers en masse in this country. Doctors earn very little, except a reified few. They become more or less, if you look at the income distribution of doctors and the income distribution of lawyers, they're the same. The top 5% earns enough to buy private planes. The bottom 95 earn less than me. Okay? So these traditional high-earning disciplines have, to a large extent, become non-high-earning disciplines. What is your option, therefore? I'm pointing out if you're not inclusive, resilient, sustainable as a social project. You, not just people poorer than you. Your option, therefore, is to go and work like people did in my great-grandfather's days for the East India Company. I read a report today in the New York Times. I was just telling people here that that report said that about 2 million jobs are coming to India because of Donald Trump. These 2 million jobs are very exciting. Lots of them are going to come to Hyderabad and Vizag, hopefully. I was just writing to our President Bharat about this. These are not, IT low-end jobs. These are interesting jobs. The best example I can give you is there's a guy who's visually impaired who's been hired by an American firm to actually prepare software and aids to help American people who are visually impaired open parcels and deal with correspondence, right? So these are all jobs where you will pay taxes. And remember, in India, you have to earn 6 times the per capita income to pay income tax. So you'll be okay if you get one of these jobs. But these are jobs that are entirely dependent on the whims and fancies. Very odd thing to be saying in a country that's so nationalistic, apparently. I'm not a nationalist, I'm a patriot. There's a difference. That American companies are now going to decide what the good jobs are. Thanks to Mr. Donald Trump, who is not letting these people emigrate like my cohort did. I mean, those of you Andhra, you know that. Go to San Diego. It's like being in Malakpet. Or for that matter, sell stuff to them that is cheaper than what they can produce, because there are going to be tariffs and there are going to be immigration boundaries. So companies will relocate here, and that's an opportunity, sure. But is it an opportunity that's going to give you a growth trajectory? Or is it going to substitute for the engineering and medicine and chartered accountancy jobs that your parents aspired to? Probably the former, but much more volatilely. Unless, therefore, we are able to get out of this business of thinking about the country's inclusivity, prosperity, sustainability technocratically, and unless we are able to think about how we can make these things happen by changing the way in which people in this society behave, I think it will be very difficult for us to make the kind of progress that I would like to see in your lives. Not in 2050 or 47, be too late even for you by then. Then we are talking about unborn fetuses, but in 2030. For I wish to be old and I wish to die old and content, and there's nothing for a teacher like me that contents me more than to see you live long and prosper. But that prosperity involves for the first time action by you, not action by anybody else. You will have to act to be prosperous, and you'll have to act to change the terms and conditions under which you are allowed to be prosperous in that this country affords you. That is possible to do, but that will involve having a great deal more empathy about those who are not with you, and a great deal more solidarity, and a great deal more attention paid to political action and social action as opposed to technocratic action than you're either trained to do or society currently allows. Let me give you one example of a way to trivialize political action that economists love to use. I don't know how many of you have heard of this absurdity called nudge units. They're patronizing things that are very popular in the Niti Aayog and in many governments across the world. A nudge unit is patronizing because it presumes you're an idiot. And it presumes that there are smart people who sit in government who know what the best outcome for you is, and then they try and nudge you into behaving in a way that secures that outcome. So, for example, you could think of a nudge unit as, if you're a smoker, the nudge unit in government will spend money to get smart people to nudge you towards stopping to smoke. But when you have a systemic, cross-generational, global crisis of prosperity, and what can be less inclusive than a crisis of prosperity where the young are expected to be less prosperous than the old? What can be less sustainable than a globe where the young are to be less prosperous than the old, right? And what is more demeaning to resilience than a world in which the young are less prosperous than the old? Nudges will not work in that world. You will need to take whole action, and that involves 3 or 4 things from you. One, and I'm very impressed with the students I teach in this respect, you guys are much smarter than I am or ever was, or many of my cohorts were much smarter. And you're smarter because you have managed very successfully, I congratulate you, to privatize the learning business. And you've done it very effectively. So when, as happened this morning, it frequently happens to me, a student in my class and I'm explaining something complex and I prepared 20 minutes to explain it, because that is what the last cohort I taught 20 years ago before I became a diplomat and worked in government. They took 20, 25 minutes to understand. the difference between domestic and international debt in this case, foreign debt. They got an 8. And I said, how do you know? Because they said, well, we look at YouTube, we look at social media when we prepare for your class. And they look, and what I would urge you to do, therefore, is to use that wealth of knowledge you have to look beyond your areas of domain expertise and to interrogate one very important word which has gone, and which has gone for a long time, and that is solidarity and fraternity, which I want to spend a minute on before I conclude. In a world where your prosperity is going to be less than that of your parents unless you have virasat, legacy, solidarity and fraternity become essential. This country is not known for solidarity and fraternity, and you know who recognized this? Our Indian Constitution. And Dr. Ambedkar, who has written a brilliant essay on it, it's called On Fraternity. I recommend it to you. The Indian Constitution, you will notice in its preamble, says that the state, the government, shall strive to ensure liberty, secure inequality, and promote fraternity. It therefore acknowledges that the government cannot secure fraternity. You have to secure fraternity. The government can help you promote it. It can create conditions for you to secure fraternity. And what can be a lower fraternity society than India across the world? You know, I was looking at some data points and I said, I'm sick of hearing how the South is more prosperous than the North. Why don't you tell me, let me look for some places where the South behaves exactly like the North. And I'll tell you where it does. You've been to Hyderabad. Hyderabad's per capita income is whatever it is. So is Kerala. So is Tamil Nadu. Okay? More than Indonesia. UP is less than Nepal. You've heard it all before. But I'll tell you two things in common with these states. They drive scooters the wrong way of the road. They break traffic lights. Okay? And you'll find scooters carrying 3 or 4 people and people not wearing helmets. So despite high human development, despite high per capita income, this is the level of fraternity you have. If you observe how people drive, I can't drive in India anymore. There is no basic fraternity in how we drive, or how we board an aircraft, or how we interact with each other. This has a lot to do with the caste system. This has a lot to do with why Ambedkar didn't talk about alleviating the caste system. He talked about annihilating it. And I really commend that essay of Ambedkar's to you, to be able to understand why I'm urging you to think about fraternity. And here I'm afraid my technical training as an economist didn't help me, and your technical training as an engineer or a doctor or an architect or a lawyer is not going to help you. The good news is that nothing much else will, except a broad reading and reflection on the subject. You will not find this the subject of Instagram posts. You will not find this the subject of TikTok reels. You will not find this a subject of discussion on Twitter. You will find it a subject which you see every day on the street before your eyes, if only you open them to reflect on it. And I would urge you to reflect on it very hard, because in my opinion, if there was ever a museum of non-inclusivity, non-equality, non-sustainability to be built, I would build that museum in our Bharat. Okay, India also. And the reason I'm saying that is, think of an inequality, and you will have it here in spades. Intergenerational inequality, hereditary inequality. Have you heard of any other country where even the film industry is hereditary? The film industry in this country is hereditary. I mean, that's absurd. It's almost comic. But it's a fact. I mean, you're living in Tollywood, just look around you. Okay. Then they marry and become politicians and all that. But I mean, it's the fact. I'm not saying they're bad politicians. I'm just saying it is so. Right? And if you know, Abhishek Bachchan, Amitabh Bachchan, now Shah Rukh Khan is launching his children. So it's not just politicians. Every profession in this country is profoundly hereditary. Right? That is going to detract from fraternity. The condition of women detracts from fraternity. You're not much better off being a woman in Kerala than being a woman in UP. You still get, stared at, molested, etc. And therefore, it is important to take these conditions of fraternity as being really things that we need to change in society if we are to regain resilience, if we are to be more sustainable, and if we are going to be more inclusive. To conclude, the big difference, always remember, is I could say this about other people and improving other people to become like me. But this, from now till your late adulthood, is all about you. Good luck. Thank you. Questions or what?
Atika Farooqui, known as the Queen of Words, is a celebrated media personality with over 21 years of experience as a creative leader in entertainment content spanning TV, film, OTT, and news. She is the face of Bollywood celebrity chat shows, breaking norms and embracing reinvention in mainstream TV in India with over 1 lakh minutes spent on TV. Her shows have amassed over 150 million views on social media, reflecting her deep influence and fan following. A multiple award-winning celebrity host and producer, Atika is also a popular poet, a trained actor, and a creative force who will share the power of storytelling in cinema in shaping our lives. At TEDx GITAM Hyderabad, she joins us to share her insights on media, storytelling, and the power of narratives in shaping public perception. Atika Farooqui, known as the Queen of Words, is a celebrated...
Am I audible? Yes, I am. Hope you're having a good day. I think my predecessor was just awesome, and it's a tall order to match up to his whatever he's done. Mr. Roy, wherever you are, I'm so impressed. So impressive. Thanks so much, and what a beautiful collection of talent and pool of ideas, resources, and just so much to learn for you students. When I was a student, we didn't have a thing like TED Talks, but now that you do have, you must make use of it. So let's begin. Any occupation that requires constant efforts, listen to this very carefully, any occupation that requires constant efforts rewards a person with faith in his own abilities. I repeat, any occupation that requires constant efforts rewards a person with faith in his own abilities. Cinema is one such occupation. It tests its admirers, it tests its creators, and also its followers. I'm Atika Farooqui, and I'm here at Hyderabad at TEDx, and I will speak about something very close to your heart, and that is cinema. Growing up in an army cantonment, in Meerut cantonment, I saw this often written all over on the walls, and most soldiers or kids of soldiers would vouch for this. It would be written on the walls, Aaj Muqabla Hoga. Basically, to keep them ready for a war at any point in the day. And this was written on the walls of Meerut cantonment too. When I was growing up, I saw this 100 times over. A career in cinema is no less than this. Every Friday, Aaj Muqabla Hoga. Careers are made and careers are ruined. Also, minds are saved and minds are ruined. The ones watching them, I mean. The challenges of cinema is to take life and this field with a pinch of salt. I wrote a poem, तू इंसा है दरख्त नहीं, तू क्यों खड़ा चौराहों पे, तू सब्र नहीं, तू मौज है, किनारा कर किनारों से, धूप ले तू बालों पर, छाँव की है फिक्र किसे, पैरों को तराश कर सफ़र के नक्श पे ढाल दे, जो बीत गया वो भूल जा, लिखा था वो नसीब में, किसे है सब मिला और कब, तू हर खलिश निकाल दे, तू आसमां का शुक्र कर, समंदरों से बात कर, ज़मीं को लेके हाथ में, तू अब हवा के साथ चल, तू इंसा है दरख्त नहीं, तू क्यों खड़ा चौराहों पे. The only way to live life and the only way to have a career in cinema is never stay stagnant or in one place or be in just one form or in one thought process, because it's a ever evolving and ever changing medium of entertainment, and that is what I have seen. What you see in cinema can sometimes bedazzle you, but a suggestion to everybody who's a creator or watcher of cinema is not be bedazzled by what you see. As someone who has seen movies being made from script to celluloid, this is a lot. There is a lot that goes into it that you might not know of. Some of it is passion and skill, but most of it is also business and bills. I tell all cinema lovers, when you watch a movie, take the best and leave the rest. It's important to be mindful of what you're absorbing in the name of entertainment. As cinema is not just entertainment, no, not at all. It's a mirror, a megaphone, a mischief maker, and sometimes a matchstick that lights up change, good and bad, both. My topic, cinema and society. The stories we tell, the changes we see. So buckle up, we're going to talk about a lot: heroes, villains, and everything in between. Now, I have spent over 2 decades in this dazzling but a very chaotic industry, rubbing shoulders with stars day in and day out, often grilling them on camera, dissecting films, watching web series, thousands of them, until my eyes would beg for mercy. I have probably watched more movies than I have had cups of chai in my entire life, thousands of them. And trust me, what I have learned is cinema isn't just popcorn and songs. It's a conversation between us and the world that we live in. Let's start with a man whose words have always stuck with me. Javed Akhtar, the poet, the legend. In 2006, I was in Star Network, young, just out of Delhi theatre, joined Star Mumbai in 2003. On the 5th day of Mumbai floods, I did a show called Life Goes On Despite Misery. And I saw my phone and I saw Javed Akhtar calling. I was very young back then and was completely enamored. I hadn't shot with him ever, but somehow we were connected on phone. And he called me and he congratulated me on my vision and the ability to differentiate between the difference between giving up and letting go. I repeat, it's a very important phrase or concept or just something, a life philosophy, giving up and letting go. He loved the fine line between the two ideologies. Since then, we've been close and friendly, and I must say I have learned a lot from him. He said once that cinema is an edited reality. Listen closely. He says cinema is an edited reality. Think about that. It's not just a story, it's our story, polished and packaged and edited and thrown back at us. Look at Indian cinema's journey. In the 1940s, we had Devdas, a man so trapped by feudal chains, he could only destroy himself. कौन कम वक्त बर्दाश्त करने को पीता है, हम तो पीते हैं ताकि तुम्हें बर्दाश्त कर सकें. Glorious self-destruction was the vibe back then. Fast forward to the Nehruvian era, rebellion. Heroes telling their parents, मैं आपके पैसे का मोहताज नहीं और मेरा प्यार ही मेरी बंदगी है. In a Raj Kapoor film, a father says to his daughter's lover, गरीबी एक अभिशाप है जिससे निकलना हम सब का फर्ज है. But the avara would not care any less. Then came the 70s and oh boy, the angry young man. Think Amitabh Bachchan, of course. मैं उस अभागन शांति का बेटा हूँ, Mr. Gupta, और आप मेरे नाजायज बाप हैं. A vigilante born from a society losing faith in its systems, relationships. क्या आप आज अपने बाप को इस तरह बोल सकते हैं? नहीं. So society has a deep impact on the way we behave. In the 80s when 18 crore people joined the middle class, the cinema got louder and brasher. Think Sarkai lo khatiya jada lage. It was a party and no one wanted to hear about the starving farmers or the poor people. Yes, there was Sham Benegal and Shabana Azmi and Nasiruddin Shah and Om Puri doing their bit, but they didn't make too much money as those ones. Then our heroes jet off to Switzerland, living in palatial homes. In Chandni, do you know what Rishi Kapoor did professionally? Do you have any idea? Anybody? You would not know. In DDLJ, what did Anupam Kher and his son, Shah Rukh Khan, that is Rahul, do professionally? What business? You would not know because the filmmakers didn't care to tell you. That was escapist cinema at best. Today though, I see a shift. The younger generation, your kids, maybe yourself, want depth. Films like 12th Fail and Kantara's success proves it. At least it's a mix. Society is asking for more and cinema is listening and taking risks, and some are definitely paying off. Now let's talk impact. Cinema doesn't just reflect, it does influence. Martin Scorsese once said, movies touch our hearts and awaken our vision. They change how we see the world. Remember Rang De Basanti? It didn't just entertain, it lit a spark. We came on the roads, we hit the streets, candles in the hand, giving rise to something called citizen journalism, demanding justice. Or take Tare Zameen Par. Suddenly we were all talking about dyslexia, about kids who don't fit the mold. And Three Idiots, काबिल बनो, कामयाबी झक मार के तुम्हारे पीछे दौड़ेगी. That's the power of cinema. Spielberg puts it best. Every viewer brings their own baggage to a film and together we create something bigger than what is on screen. But here's where it gets messy. Cinema can inspire crime too. Remember the horror movie Scream? You all would have watched it at least once in your lifetime. The horror movie Scream had this impact. In France, a teenager wore a ghost face mask to kill his friend. In California, two cousins stabbed their mother 45 times. There were multiple crimes inspired by this one film alone. The film Fight Club inspired a 17-year-old to attempt bombing a Starbucks in New York City. He believed in the movie's anti-corporate themes and wanted to start a Project Mayhem campaign. Special Chabbis inspired a guy to pose as a CBI officer and extort cash. True story. And yet crime inspires cinema right back. Think of Talwar, wrestling with the Arushi case, or Gangs of Wasipur, born from Dhanbad's coal mafia. It's a wild loop, isn't it? Society feeds cinema and cinema feeds society. And sometimes it's hard to tell who started the fire. And both say, we didn't start the fire, but it was always burning since the world was turning. The Supreme Court of India has made several judgments that highlight the role of cinema on society. In a judgment, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of film censorship under Article 19 of the Constitution. It noted that films have a unique capacity to disturb and arouse feelings, making them different from other forms of art. In another judgment, the Delhi High Court allowed the release of a film, emphasizing that artistic freedom should be favored and that viewers have the choice not to watch if offended. Kerala High Court questioned whether films merely reflect societal violence or sometimes even glorify it, emphasizing the need to balance freedom of expression with public morality. These judgments reflect the court's recognition of cinema's impact on society and its role in balancing artistic freedom with social responsibility. PM Nehru once had said that influence in India of films is greater than newspapers and books combined. Remember, too much violence, like Javed Sahab warns, can numb people, or worse, inspire them. Hence, balance matters. But Samuel Goldwyn, legendary Hollywood producer and one of founding figures of America's film industry, said, pictures are for entertainment, messages should be delivered by Western Union. Shayad Anurag Kashyap bhi kuch aisa hi kehte hain when he said, and to me also he said in my show and several other times he said that हिंदुस्तान में लोगों की परेशानी ये है कि वो स्कूल जाते हैं मस्ती करने, मज़ा करने और सिनेमा हॉल्स जाते हैं ये उम्मीद करने कि हम कुछ सीख कर आएंगे. That role reversal is problematic. Let me take you back to my childhood. My father was a senior government officer, mother was a homemaker, and me and my younger sister were taken to watch a movie, Damini, in 1993, and Tejaswini in 1994. Damini showcased a gang rape of a poor girl and then her further vilification. A homemaker, Meenakshi Shishadri, stood by her. Middle-aged romance between a couple, the woman wore a sari and her husband said, "Gawah hai chand tare, gawah hai tere mere milan ke." Next film, Tejaswini, was a cop who rose in a system of corrupt political system. I could not sleep for days and weeks. Remember the song, Bankar Andhi Tufani Ladti Ja Zulm Se Mardani? These two films were landmark films when we speak about women empowerment in the 1990s, and had the same impact, similar impact with many women, and I can speak for myself that I became Atika Farooqui that I am because of these two films, trust me. Now, setting an example that without taking shortcuts and being a bit idealistic, you can make it big. Of course you can, without taking any shortcuts in your career. I'm making mainstream television conversations with the likes of Dilip Kumar and Mr. Bachchan and Khans, politicians and bureaucrats, and those whose voices matter, to build a universe and ecosystem that favors the ones who cannot speak for themselves and who are proponents of a modern, liberal and an inclusive world. I have learned a lot of this from the cinema that I have watched, because I trained myself to be discreet about what I am watching and not absorb everything that I saw on screen. There is a poem of mine that I had written for women in continuation of the female-oriented subjects and movies that I watched. It says, औरतों को खिलने के लिए एक खास मौसम चाहिए. औरतों को खिलने के लिए एक खास मौसम चाहिए. बेखौफ सड़कें, आसान रिश्ते, अच्छे दोस्त. औरतों को खिलने के लिए एक खास मौसम चाहिए, बेखौफ सड़कें, आसान रिश्ते, अच्छे दोस्त, ये मिल जाएं तो खुशियाँ दिल से आ लगेंगी। जो मैं दफ्तर देखूं तुम भी घर देखना, जो मैं दफ्तर देखूं तुम भी घर देखना, तुझको मेरी दुआ लगेगी, मुझको तेरी दुआ लगेगी. So this is something, thank you. This is something I learned from cinema and also from other women that I chose to spend time with, like Kiran Bedi and Shabana Azmi and so many other women who are doing great work, especially in cinema, because that is my domain. I acted in theatre plays and on OTT platforms. Try to not do anything on air or on screen which will set a wrong example. That is my bit. And I implore all of you to do the same thing, because whatever you do here in this part of the world is bound to have an impact there on the other part of the world, and cinema is a big example of that. Now let's talk kids. Inside Out teaches children emotions, anger, joy, sadness. Finding Nemo shows them resilience. In India, a film called Gattu, a boy dreaming of kite flying glory, tells kids to chase their dreams. And no matter how small they seem, cinema is a teacher, a friend, a window to worlds they'll never visit, but it's not all that rosy too. And now, who loves sports here? Let's talk about the films and the connection of films with sports. From Chak De India, which inspired a new generation of women's hockey players while shedding light on gender bias, to Dangal, where Mari Choriyan Choron Se Kam Hai Ke, it started the real Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao Andolan. Sports films have shaped our world in powerful ways. Bhag Milkha Bhag reignited interest in athletics, Mary Kom pushed women into combat sports, and Jhund with Mr. Bachchan under Nagaraj Manjule's direction spotlighted grassroots sports. Pan Singh Tomar, Saina and Rocky, a cultural, let's talk about Rocky. Rocky was a cultural phenomenon that made millions pick up boxing. Stand tall in this legacy. Globally, remember the Titans tackled racial integration through football. Rudy and coach Carter championed discipline and perseverance, while $1 Million Baby, which was an Oscar awardee, and The Blind Side showcased how sports can change lives. Ford and Ferrari put motorsports history back in the limelight. The Karate Kid made martial arts mainstream, and Invictus showed how Nelson Mandela used rugby to unite the whole nation. And then there is King Richard, where a father told his daughters, Mari Choriyan Choron Se Kam Hai Ke. And that was Will Smith that we're talking about. He may have had a forgettable moment on stage at the Oscars, but what he did in the film was the Hollywood version of Mari Choriyan Choron Se Kam Hai Ke, which is inspire the entire world with the narrative of Beti Padhao and Beti Bachao. And then there is OTT. We all love platforms like JioStar, Netflix, Amazon Prime. By the way, just a shameless plug-in, you can watch a lot of my shows on JioStar and YouTube. Anyway, I try to break the mold, no more 3-hour formulas. You get Jai Bhim in Tamil, tackling caste issues, or the white tiger slicing through class, stories that wouldn't fit the old Bollywood box. It's freedom, it's diversity, it's a global stage. Language barriers in modern day world on OTT platforms, none, gone. A kid in Mumbai can cry over a Korean film and vice versa. And never forget Manumal Boys, based on a true story in Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu, that teaches human survival instincts, the power of friendship and the risks of adventure tourism. And Lapata Ladies, of course, where women are actually served with solutions in a gender dynamics in the world. So what's next? I say it's up to us, filmmakers, yes, but also you, the ones who are watching. As Francis Ford Coppola had said, making great movies is a risk. You play all your cards in one project. I have seen it firsthand. I have seen Mr. Bachchan pouring his heart in the film Pink. I've sat with directors pitching wild ideas like Rishabh Shetty of Kantara and Imtiaz Ali and so many more. It's a gamble, but when it works like RRR or Bahubali, dancing its way to an Oscar or 2,000 crore film, or Andhadhun twisting us into knots, it's magic. Society needs to demand that magic. Ask for stories that challenge and that heal and that unite. Ask for good movies because they are your gift to your children. I'd leave you with this, and it's a small thing that I expect you to do is that be discreet while buying that ticket of yours. Whenever you go to the box office on a Friday and the movie that you are kind of buying the tickets to, is your vote for it. Yes, it's your vote for what the movie is trying to say. You subscribe to the idea. You glamorize and popularize and legitimize the idea that the film is talking about. Remember how rape scenes were on the posters of films in 60s and 70s. Once women started earning and having a stake in the box office collections, it stopped. If there is something reckless, just to reject it outright. Like movies so full of jargon that cause discontentment and fight in the society, reject them. Tread very carefully there. Entertainment is an art, not just a circus. From Devdas to Dangal, from Scream to Stree, it's our mirror. Speak about us. It speaks highly about the people who are watching. We deserve the films because films reflect who we are. So we deserve good films and not bad films. Once on a flight to Spain, a white man had asked me, why do Indians like to cry so much in the name of entertainment? Well, I'm still trying to figure out the answer to tell him. If you have the answer, you must tell me too, that why do we like to cry so much in the name of entertainment? So I would tell you that whenever a film is trying to tell you something, watch closely, listen closely, and ask, what is it asking you to change? Because the stories we tell today are the changes we see tomorrow. As I said in a poem, हम सूखे दरख्त नहीं, गुलाब हैं, दिन चढ़ेगा तो फिर से खिल जाएंगे, माफ कर देंगे मगर याद रखेंगे, और तुमसे जो बिछड़े तो खुद से मिल जाएंगे. Thank you and Jai Hind. Thank you. Okay, I'll come down now.
Subbu Parameswaran, co-founder of Learning Curve Foundation, is a visionary social entrepreneur. He has dedicated his career to harnessing the power of innovation to drive meaningful social change. With a strong background in leadership, consulting, and social development, he has led numerous initiatives that have positively impacted thousands of students, equipping them with the skills and resources needed to overcome challenges and thrive in an ever-evolving world. At TEDx GITAM Hyderabad, he joins us to share insights on the role of innovation in social change and its transformative impact. Subbu Parameswaran, co-founder of Learning Curve Foundation.
Good afternoon. Is the mic working? Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. By the way, I am Subbu and I have no idea who's on that video. That those images are like a gazillion years old. And so this is the real me. So firstly, grateful to be in this space here. And I certainly want to also acknowledge all the diligence of the team here who's put this together. Just want to say that, you know, I'm told I'm the last speaker of the day, so I'm the only person standing between you and the rest of your evening. And I think for both Mr. Pallam Raju and for me, there's a lot of pressure. So he had to really set the tone, and I have to figure out a way to leave you on a high. So all I ask is you stay with me for about 15 minutes, and we'll take it from there. Okay? All right. Can I have the first slide, please, and I'll take it from there. Okay. I want you to take a moment to just observe this image. Notice what you see, what's in the space, and just think a little bit about the schools that you have been to. Think a little bit about your classroom, what that was like, what the environment in that space was like. Just take a moment. A few years ago, I was in this school. This is a rural school for girls, just outside of Hyderabad, and I was observing a teacher in action. This teacher was standing in front of about 40 odd students, and they're all outside because there isn't enough space inside for all the children in the school. So this is what she was standing out in front of 40 odd students, trying to hold their attention with absolutely nothing except her voice. There's no smart board, there's not even a blackboard, there's no fancy teaching material, etc., right? Just her and the students and the space. And then she goes around and does something very simple, yet absolutely brilliant. She turns around to the students and says, "Let me tell you a story." And that immediately shifted the energy in the space. The students sat up, they leaned in, and within moments, she had this whole, crowd of students listening intently, very deeply engaged. And it wasn't in the story. It was in that conversation that she was having with all of them about choices, about emotions, about values. Right? And that day I learned something from that experience. What I learned was that innovation isn't about having more resources at your disposal. It's about using what's already in front of you very differently. And that was my learning in that moment. I'm trying to advance the slides and it is not working. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do I do it or are you going to do it? Should I do it from now on? Will it work? Where do I have to point it? I have to point at that. Okay, fine. Sorry. All right. So, moving on. We often think of innovation, right? When we hear this word innovation, we often think of some very high-tech labs. We often think of, millions of dollars in funding. We think of a bunch of cool people who are walking around incredibly talented and doing all the smart stuff, right? But that's not really it. if I told you that some of the world's most powerful innovations came from working with what's already available? And what if I told you, more importantly, that this is the kind of innovation that drives real social change? Okay. Looks like an old house, doesn't it? If you can see by the old sort of architecture that it's probably a house that's maybe about 30, 40 years old. Easily, right? It is, you're right. It is an old house. It's an old house in the temple town of Madurai, sometime in the late 70s, early 80s, right? But what if I told you that this was the birthplace of an innovation that saved millions of lives and set a global benchmark in healthcare? This is the first clinic of Arvind Eye Hospital in Madurai. 11 beds, 4 doctors, and the simple vision or the singular vision of eliminating needless blindness. That's all they had. So the founder of Arvind Eye Care, Dr. Venkataswamy, or Dr. V as he was called, he had one problem. He said that there are millions and millions of people in India who are losing their eyesight because of cataracts and other eye problems, but they simply can't afford the surgery that is required. They simply can't have that access to healthcare. So what do? They had one choice to, say, raise more money and put up more capital and have some more fancy hospitals and things like that. But what they did was they said, how about we reimagine the process of how this whole cataract surgery happens? They took inspiration from what is a very popular concept in manufacturing, the assembly line. And they said, what if we apply the assembly line to cataract surgery? And just that simple approach, that tweak, they were able to bring down the cost of those surgeries to a fraction, but improve the productivity to about 10x, which meant that they were able to do 10 times the number of surgeries every day at a fraction of the cost, right? And the result of that was simply that over that duration of about 25, 30 years, they've been able to benefit about 85 million people, about 9 million successful surgeries, and setting that global benchmark for eye care. They are the largest and the most productive eye care system in the world by far, right? Now imagine these doctors saying, oh, I would love to make a difference, but I don't have the money, I don't have the networks, I don't have the time. Or imagine if Arvind Eye Hospital wanted to become a purely profit-making venture. At least I doubt that if they would have been able to come up with that kind of innovation, and more importantly, sustain that over about 30 odd years. Right? So what was the secret sauce? It was their intent. It was their genuine and authentic intent to save lives. It was their genuine and authentic intent to bring about equitable access to eye care. And without that intent, there is no innovation that is possible, right? At Learning Curve, we work with a lot of rural schools. We work with about 600 odd rural schools in the state of Telangana, where typically teachers don't have any bandwidth. They're very overburdened. Teachers are stretched thin. Schools obviously don't have budgets for things like life skills education, etc. But we know and we knew and we all agree that skills such as resilience, emotional intelligence, problem solving, creativity, they're all so critical for a child's future. So when we were looking at how do we programmatically engage with these schools, we also asked ourselves the question, what already exists there? And as part of our work, we introduced a very simple 5-minute check-in at the start of the day, or at the start of a subject or period, etc. And the teacher would simply ask this question to all of the students saying, how are you feeling today? What's on your mind? There's no extra cost for this. There's no other material required, and just conversation. And what we saw was that within months, students who sat in the back, students who typically hid from the teacher, never spoke in class, started expressing themselves. Conflicts on the ground, conflicts in the classroom started getting resolved more amicably. Children developed self-awareness and empathy. And all of this from a very simple practice that didn't require anything except intentionality, right? So it's not about those big fancy breakthroughs that we need to have, that need to get flashed in media. It doesn't have to be, right? Very often innovation is about those very simple, clever solutions that can absolutely transform the way that we live, we work, and we connect. The biggest changes always start with the smallest actions. Okay. Let me give you a recycled water can, a rope and 4 sticks, and tell you that using that material, you can combat some of the world's most deadly diseases. Sounds a bit crazy, no? Some of you are probably saying, what is this guy talking about? It's too late in the day, all of that stuff, right? But no, this is not crazy. In rural Africa, in many parts of rural Africa, access to clean water for hand washing was a big challenge. Because simply put, there was no infrastructure or any pipeline to get the water from a water source to a school or a home or a community. It just didn't exist, right? So one option was obviously, okay, let's figure out how to put all of that pipeline in place and all of that taps in place, etc., right? But then you don't have the kind of money to do all of that. So what did local innovators do? They designed what is called as the tippy tap, right? And that's what it looks like. You put the can over a stick, tie a rope, put another stick there, fill that with water from whatever source you can get water from. You push the stick down, the tap tilts over, and there you go, you have clean water for hand washing. It's a hands-free, almost no cost solution to this hand washing problem. And just this contraption, the tippy tap, is now used in thousands and thousands of schools and homes across multiple countries, not just Africa, and has obviously prevented millions of infections across the entire all of these countries. Very simple idea, but it was made possible because of the constraints of the environment, right? So if everything was available, there is no need for you to innovate, right? Then you've got everything anyway. Then where's the incentive to innovate? So social innovations like this have emerged not despite the constraint, but because of them. Especially if you think about grassroots innovations, these are solutions that are created by communities for communities. They just use what is available. You have another name for it called Jugaad, right? The good version of Jugaad, there's also a bad version. I don't want to go there. I'm talking about the good version of Jugaad, right? But that is really the essence of social innovation, right? When you adapt to limitations instead of being stopped by it. I love this image. In some of our partner schools, again, as I said, teachers are very stretched. There's no bandwidth for them to facilitate any work around social emotional learning or life skills, right? So one day we hit upon this random idea and said, what if students could figure this out themselves? What happens? So we enrolled a few schools. We then got a few students to get together And every week or so, this bunch of students would sit around and then they would talk. Somebody might say, for example, oh, I had a fight with my friend, so I feel very upset, I feel very angry and all of that. And then the rest of the group would sort of become that support system. They would ask questions to understand, they would propose solutions, they would help them figure out, this other student figure out what to do. No judgment, just listening, a little bit of support, questioning, solutioning. What happened because of all of this? Just because students had a space to be themselves and have that conversation, improved their self-awareness again. It improved their ability to collaborate. It improved their decision making. It improved their problem solving. And again, all of this came from what? Came from this simple thought saying, what if? Right? So all we did was ask that question and said, what if the student could do this? And then experiment with it, play around with it. But what we were really doing is acknowledging, recognizing, and celebrating the potential of what's already there. And in this case, it was the ability of these young people to support each other, to figure out solutions for each other. Right? So it's about unlocking that potential that is already there. Okay? So I want to talk to you a little bit about perspective here, right? 6, 9, you get the logic of the image for sure. We live in a world today where there are a lot of complex social issues, right? There is economic disparity, there's gaps in education, there's poor access to healthcare, there's poverty, which is a complex mix of all of this, for example, right? And just think about this. If any of these social issues could have been solved by throwing money at it, then we would have solved all of this by now, right? But the fact is we haven't. These issues still exist. They'll probably exist long after I'm gone as well. I think my point is that most of the powerful solutions on the planet do not start with this massive funding and resources. They start with one person or one community saying, what do we do with what we have? And that change in mindset from scarcity to resourcefulness, from waiting for change to happen to going ahead and creating it, that's what drives real impact. So I'm going to give you 3 ideas for that mindset shift to happen. Right? One is that instead of asking, what do we not have? Reframe that question and say, what do I do with what I already have? So instead of looking at constraints as barriers, why not look at them as design principles for creative solutions? Right? You don't need a big 5-year plan. You don't need fancy spreadsheets. You don't need big scale to create impact. But you need to start with one small, tiny shift in an existing system. Asking this question saying, what small change can I bring today? Can I make today? And the third, which I think is very, very important to me in the context of social change, is that communities are not passive recipients of your solutions that you create. They are innovators. In fact, most of the great innovations came from communities themselves. So the solution is to work with people. When you co-create, instead of imposing solutions on communities, that is when true innovation happens. Right? Okay, I'm going to leave you with an invitation and a little challenge as well. So think of a social issue that matters to you. As young people, I'm sure that everybody can identify at least one social issue that matters to you, right? Now, instead of then thinking about what I don't have, oh, I need this, I need that, I don't have any of this, ask yourself, what resources, what skills, and what networks do I have today, and how do I use them differently? Some of the most powerful solutions in the world are just waiting to be discovered by you. And again, not in the absence of resources or adding more resources, but in creative solutions using what is already there. So what will you do with what's in your hands today? On that note, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.